I can't believe you. How can you do this to me, Bushi? How can you do this to me? Wait, that's actually so accurate. Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. Well, that meow is Bushi's join sound, and it may or may not be me. Yeah. Yeah. So, first off, Pat, you traitor. Pat is like drunk, which is surprising because I've had drinks with Pat a couple of times. I've never experienced Pat drunk ever. So that says something. Like, guy just doesn't get drunk. But apparently he is today. And so he's gonna be ditching us. SMH. Somebody doesn't have his priorities.
Huge SMH. Huge SMH.
Right? Like, whoa.
Huge
whoa.
SMH.
But in exchange, we've got Heal. Pat drank multiple times in Apex. Hate him more. More hate. but you're here. How can I feel hate when you're finally here where you belong? Higurashi. Finally, my full body in here.
Higurashi no Naku Koro ni.
Oh my god. Did you see stream title? What do you think, Bushi?
Higurashi when they needled all over his mochi until he cried? Damn. Damn.
I think I cooked. Whoa. The trick and treat to the invisible duck. Bushi, do you want to do us the honors because you're so good at summarizing about
I don't
what
remember
happened last time?
anything.
No way, you don't remember anything? You were there.
Okay. So we've been told by the police that there is some strange shenanigans going on. It's always from the people in the town, whoever are the least native, who are next in the picking board, right? Of people who are gonna die.
Right.
Every year.
Apparently so.
Apparently so. This year it was Tomitake and Girly, who died horrible and unspeakable deaths because it looks like he clawed his neck open or something. We don't know what's up with that. But
we don't know what's up with that, but also we have the case of not only does always somebody died, always somebody dies and one person related to them goes missing. So Tomitake died and I forgot her name again. Blonde nurse girlie, she went missing. Yeah.
And our friends are hiding this from us for some reason.
Yes, our friends.
There was a small mask off moment even. Where our girly pop looked very creepy.
Oh my god, yes. So main character's friend group seems to be especially sus about everything. So the entire town kind of seems to be in cahoots here and they're being, I don't know, they're pretending like nothing is happening, but it seems like especially our friend group and their families seem to be extremely involved in these incidents according to the police, and that's why they are trying to work with us. I remember police dude, forgot his name too, took a main character to this restaurant outside of town, right? Yeah. Where he was revealing all these secrets to him, and ever since
was so stupid because there's no way. This is what I thought this whole time. There's no way they don't have someone watching this guy. There's no way they don't have someone watching this kid. Everybody knows that the kid talked to the adult, and they're like calling him about it and asking him about it. Like everybody knows. There's no way someone didn't follow both of them and saw them cahooting, which is gonna up the likelihood of main character getting murdered even more.
Right. It was very stupid. Very, very stupid. And that's
They're
like kind of like precisely. Yeah, that's like what they're kind of hinting at as well, because apparently no matter what Keiichi does, no matter where, it always seems like his friends know, like we know what you've been doing, but they're being very vague about it. They don't say, "Oh yeah, we know you went
Maybe
and talked to the police officer." They're like, they will first ask, "So what were you up to?" And then he, lies, and then they're like, "We know you did that," and they're being very, very threatening, intimidating about it. Very creepy. What were we gonna say?
maybe all of those girls became his friends so easily when he got to town because they have been assigned to keep a close eye on him.
Okay, that's an interesting theory. Okay, could be.
Because the whole town is in on this bullshit,
Yes, and this does remind me of another thing, another really interesting thing that I almost forgot here. Apparently, because he transferred to the school, right, in Hinamizawa. But before he transferred, there was another character called names. Forgot. Sorry, I forgot. Hi, Andrew. But there was another character who he was told transferred away to a different school, but then it was revealed that apparently he must have died, as a result of another Watanagashi incident. So he died, and he turns out to be Satoko's brother, right? And they're all acting like Ro never even existed, and Keiichi only found out by going through some items in the club closet or something, maybe, and finding this name of Satoshi, Satoshi, in there, and they're just all being very, very sus about it, and all our friends seem to be like in a way involved. You forgot? Are you a man? Oh my god, Hiel will die on the hill that every man will forget everything.
Well, Battler didn't help.
He definitely did not. One more thing that I think happened last time that now it seems to be slipping my mind. Oh yeah, about Rena. Apparently she's known to have some sort of condition, of which I don't have the name right now, but before she came to Hinamizawa, because she also transferred in, however, a year before Keiichi, it turns out that apparently she had this incident at her old school where she would go around with a baseball bat and smash every single window, while everybody else in school was present and nobody was there to stop her, and that's why she was eventually sent to talk to a counselor. Counselor? Do you say that?
Yeah.
And she would keep saying that. I think she would keep talking about Oyashiro-sama's curse. So she would talk about this Oyashiro-sama, who apparently is the garden deity of Hinamizawa, even though she was living in a completely different town, or like not here at least. So that was also weird. And one more thing I think came to mind for me. No, I think that was mainly it. That was definitely a main part of it. Satoshi, like the Pokemon trainer. Yeah, I think his name was Satoshi.
And then he was like, I don't know anything about Pokemon actually. Just today, I remember.
Oh yeah, one more thing. So yeah, his friends, Keiichi's friends, are all threatening him to behave. Whoa. Hi, dragon. And Rena and Mion would visit Keiichi at home when he was feeling sick, because bro's been feeling really bad about all these revelations, and he's been super paranoid, to hear that his friends are possibly involved in these incidents, or like the entire town is, and he's been feeling very sick from doubting them and not really knowing what to believe, and they would come and visit him at home when he was skipping school. And once again, in a moment where they didn't really seem like themselves threatening him, and left this pack of mochi with him that apparently Mion's grandma and Rena had made. And as he was eating those, it turns out that there were needles inside the mochi.
Ugh.
like it was yeah, like it was some sort of threat, like, you
Message,
better,
yeah.
yeah, yes, like a
Ugh.
message. You better, like stop leaking shit to the
Yep.
police and all that, or else, we're gonna get you next. So yeah, that's pretty much where we left off.
Pretty chill moment.
Aristo says, why not just confront her about the needle? What do you think? Why do you think you won't?
Well, because he's scared shitless.
Yeah. Did
Like
he go back to school?
At this point, it's masked off,
That, but right, I think Andrew might be right by saying, yeah, the needles were an oops accident, I'm sure, because I feel like bro at some point was like, I'm done, I don't want to be paranoid, and I was like hella coping how that needle was in there. Oh yeah, probably was an accident, probably might not have been on purpose.
That's some
and just
crazy coping.
Kept telling himself, that it's the fault of a Elon Musk shaped police guy for even like telling him all this stuff, because like if he hadn't told him, Keiichi wouldn't be so paranoid. Like he's mad coping right now. Hello Sardaukar, hello. It is the real Poshidoro. Hi Namco.
Well,
hello. Well, everyone, I think that was a pretty good summary. So let's get into this. I believe we might be able to finish this today. I can't promise, but if we do, I think it's gonna be huge. And just in case we finish too soon, I also have chapter 2 already lined up. These games work a little differently from how Umineko was. Umineko had everything in 2 games on Steam, but Higurashi you buy kind of in episodes separately. So if you, I think it has 8 chapters too, maybe, I'm not sure, but you have to buy each chapter separately.
wow.
So number 2 is lined up. Yep. Hi Wi-Fi. Hi. I'm happy to see the keychains have calmed down and are behaving again.
Yeah, they were buck wild yesterday.
For like 2 days, actually. For 2 days, yeah. I don't know what the heck was going on there. Did I accidentally hit start? Oops. Hi Akui! Hello, welcome to your bedtime story. I'm so happy to have you back today, Boshi. Reading this alone was like nowhere near as fun. And also very exhausting.
I got you, girl. You did skip a ton of text though.
I know. I'm going straight back to the save and load. Hi, Biku! Yeah, we changed our weekly Higurashi time to today, so it's gonna be on, for most people, it's probably still Saturday. For me, it's Sunday morning. I just woke up, Biku! I just woke up, I've got my coffee, I had my breakfast, and now we'll be reading. Don't worry, Biku, don't worry. I'm good, but thank you for your concern. Yeah, exactly. It's time to wake up. Okay, it is not Monday, Namco. It's Sunday. It's Sunday for me. Is it Monday for no way in hell it's Monday for you. Isn't Monday nowhere right now? Come on. It's the 2nd of February for me, but yeah. Okay, everybody, let's start reading. Let's go, Boshi, take it away.
As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. There was also a gigantic army Swiss knife attached to this blackboard eraser.
Don't worry about that one.
It's stuck to my back. I think it's some kind of message.
Oh, where's the text not loading? Did I break it?
Chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony.
waiting for the truant Keiichi-san.
Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena.
Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan.
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
What is this? How discouraging indeed.
Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet.
Yeah. Take it easy for him today, okay?
Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit.
Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest?
It was Mion. I had something I needed to tell her. My mind was full of the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also party of interest.
I needed to tell her I can't. Where's your Morty Duck? The Morty Duck is in chat, Namco. Hiel is in chat today. No Morty Duck. You want to be a Morty Duck, Bushy?
No, you know, that belongs to Hiel. I can't take that.
True. Morty Duck reporting for duty.
Remember, Keiichi. That hawkish gaze from yesterday. Yeah, morning.
What's with that unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you?
I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out.
Beatorichi-san!
Nothing.
Little attention whore Kinzo here. Yubian and the Kinzo! Oh my god, did you guys see the delivery of the Golden Witch that I posted in the tea party? We kind of have to play that.
God. Oh
we kind of have
God.
to play that.
Oh my god.
I can't believe somebody made that. No, we definitely have to play that at some point.
I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over.
Huh? What about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Rena's? Keiichi-kun said he forgot his homework. Sheesh, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty.
Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchange that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact terrified me.
Hello, Jeannie. Hello.
Soon, the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began.
Oh my god, wait. That's perfect. I didn't know you were so good at, like, cicada noises.
This free study period was a convenient time to consider trying to be a cicada, so I practiced really hard. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now.
Being a cicada, no, you know what? Like, you know when they won't give you a proper role, they make you act a tree in the school play. You're practicing for the
No.
part of the cicada.
No.
Oh my god, hello Ta. Always bet on black. I like betting on red.
First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it was I getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. This chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year but when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased?
Hello, Star. And yes, I love the
Hello.
mini plushie.
Rota, hello, Star. Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I also had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all of their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Letting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Lena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me?
Hi, KJ. And ooh, Star. You missed out on the crazy keychain days that have been going on lately. So the rankings have shifted a bit.
The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. You an idiot, Keiichi Maevara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle in a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt could only go so far. Both Rena and Mion had acted suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Then it just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Dana was standing outside my door eavesdropping for a solid hour?
I
She was
forgot about that
probably
part. Yeah.
just waiting for my phone call to end.
Oh, he's mad coping again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that part. Keiichi was at home talking to police guy on the phone, and then his dad came in and was like, "Oh yeah, I brought tea for you and for dinner." And then it turned out that, she must have been outside his room listening in for a whole hour before she then left.
And
I'm glad
yeah,
you
they
guys like the
so they
confetti.
so were like sicked on him from the moment he arrived.
You think so?
Because
Damn.
of course, it's a newcomer in town. It's a kid. Who are they gonna put
Yeah.
around him except other kids who are in on the thing?
Yes, but it's a little suspicious. It doesn't quite like check out for Rena, because Rena too is a transfer student who's been here only for a year, and she seemingly doesn't have any, her family doesn't seem to have any connections to whatever was going on a while ago with the dam project and the protests and everything. Right.
Feel like a chicken
Oh my
leg,
god,
skinny
pirates
ass
on a
bitch.
boat.
You like a chicken foot?
Yeah.
I be on a boat.
Pirates on a boat.
Pirates on the boat.
Pirates on a fucking boat. Yes, yes, yes. That was Rena's a bit of an odd one, but then at the same time, there is this suggestion that, she might be, I don't know if possessed or ordered in a way, controlled in a way by Oyashiro-sama, from since even before she came to this town.
He's like Oyashiro-sama Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
Right?
Shiro-sama Jesus. I love that. Yeah. No.
I'm cooking something. Okay, give me
No.
a feel.
No. Oh yeah. Oh Jesus-sama.
Oyashiro Christ.
Mortis. I miss Mortis.
Mortis.
Was he?
Oh, go back. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did to her former school? At her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Yashiro-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Keiichi Maebara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you?
Hi, Tsuna.
I inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Oh, he said that out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy got a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation would be fatal.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask, do you think the contrast between the dialogue box background and the illustration is not good enough? I could make it a bit, darker.
I think it looks good.
Yeah? Okay, just asking. If it's hard to read, let me know. Oh no, did your PS4 die? I hope you can get it repaired, Star.
Yeah, that's so
P5R is
sad.
so good. Yeah. And it's a long game. I hope you didn't lose those saves.
This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right? You're too soft, Keiichi. This time, I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. but I still talked to myself like an idiot. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. It was time for me to get hard.
No, you didn't just say that.
He said it. It was it was a Yashiro-sama, bro. Okay.
Oh my god, you know, like yesterday, I had Hiel on my stream for the first time, like in forever, you know, and I was just like, you know, giving her a bit of a intro speech, like, hey, you know, don't worry, just chill, don't worry about it, just be natural, you know, as in like not that she, you know, had to feel like she had to perform in any specific way, and then she was like, oh yeah, you know, whatever I say, and no, then she was like, oh, so I can just like talk shit. But you know what? No matter what I say, it can't be worse than Bushy, right? Point proven.
You know.
Yes. Yes.
Listen,
You know
why don't
what?
you just hit what he says after, and you're gonna see that that's what he's gonna say.
All right.
I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. Okay, maybe he said something different.
No,
I
I
did.
wasn't trying to understand.
I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I get like a little lost when that happens because I think the whole line is there, and then I go back to the beginning, and then I read that I already read that, and then I'm like, okay, where did it like continue? You know?
Yeah, I noticed that. I try to avoid it, but sometimes I don't recognize that whether it's at the end of the line or yet or not, you know, like there
Yeah.
is an
Yeah.
indicator for it, but I do have to pay attention to it because it's a little subtle like that, you know, and I'm
Yeah.
also scared not to like skip something you haven't read yet.
Yeah. Don't worry, don't worry. It's just yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just running away.
Okay, I'm trying my best. Hi, Nitrafel.
I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had a notion. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell ding-a-ling-a-linging to the end of class.
Ding dong.
Ding dong! Bum 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 bum. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into that circle.
My, Keiichi-san. How rude of you to even think about leaving.
The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar, it almost physically hurt.
Huh? Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day? I wonder. And we were going to win big together. Oh.
Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me and the others by lying to me?
Hey, happy cow.
Tried to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the foot.
Keiichi-kun.
Yeah. Was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted someone to say that it was. Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive?
Are you alright? Does your head hurt?
Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home. I wonder.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily.
Since Kei-chan was so bent over a revenge match, we were even going to play that deduction game from before too.
Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic.
Who wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt? Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Keiichi doesn't seem so well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everybody. See you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. That said something to me. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Pardon that hard, Keiichi Maebara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me.
He did get to the harden up line. Delayed. It was all
Yeah,
set up in
harden
the
it.
end.
Harden it, Keiichi. I must get hard. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move.
Oh my god.
But I couldn't hate them. Because weren't they my friends? Question mark. Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. And another part of me lamented the fact that I was losing something because I lamented something that I lamented in the first place. And really, I could just keep going forever.
That's a dangerous spiral, dude. Let's not go there.
I felt like my personality was being ripped apart in two, along with my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too hard, too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama. I was wrong for not believing in your curse. But I believe in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on.
Back to the mansion. It was definitely owned by a painter.
Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water.
Oh, Ta, That's actually maybe even a good question, but
No,
the
this school
short
is definitely
summary.
actually psycho.
That's what you think. That's your
The
theory, but I
town.
think I think that's really the question here, you know. This is all about, is actually the school and the town psycho and trying to kill him, or is he just that paranoid? We don't know. But Bushy believes they're all psycho.
Come on, they're psycho. They put a thing in its fucking mochi.
It was an
I can't.
accident.
That how?
You've
How?
seen how airheaded Elena can be. Maybe the needle was
No,
just on the
not like
counter
that.
and
Nope. That was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. When he got into his work, he ate. My dad never cared about the time.
sorry.
Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break or he was in a slump.
So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have.
Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it?
I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets in the way of business.
I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought processes I had all day long.
Hi, Umi. Hi.
Friends close to me. No, they used to be my friends. But I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamisawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena, who was so diligently in looking after me, came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in these past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. He's so smart for this. I was actually very worried about his parents.
That's true.
For the entire Maebara family to have an accident or just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamisawa.
I don't think there was a cat in the story yet here. Did you read this one?
What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. At least, but after I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. Nothing would happen to them, as long as they didn't know anything. You see me save that? Which means
worry
that
about
this
it.
house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. But I saved it! I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Like in Phoenix, right? Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Uishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough to tag out to Oishi-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa, so if I phoned him in the moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I'd just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by Boogeyman, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring.
Ta is asking whether I think this guy is a psycho. The thing is, Ta, while I haven't played the full game, I know bits and pieces from
You got
having seen a
lore,
part
you
of
got
the
secret
anime.
lore.
So I'm not allowed to answer that.
Wait, is he actually crazy? No way.
I did not say that. I'm just not gonna give it away whether he is or not. And everybody who knows,
Oh yeah.
But what do you
Apparently
think,
I'm-
Bushy?
Apparently I'm fucking crazy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm just saying I won't say.
It would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade. And too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, that it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon might be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanish, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san would be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed. That's a word that I almost never see. Engrossed in their conversation about work, and went back to my room. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for a summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead, so I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maevara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rena and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Will the police be able to get a hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of.
Kawamoshi voices the main character, and the narration so far has always been from his POV. But like Bushi also voices some of the other side characters. We split this up a little bit. At the moment, this is like all his scene. Yeah.
The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? Probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth.
Yeah, bro is a certified overthinker. A delusional overthinker. Maybe.
I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was too obscure of a location, then there would be a risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with a scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah. It didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up such as that, if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it for countless different angles until I was satisfied that I made my way down. Until I was satisfied and I made my way downstairs. I feel like there should have been a comma there. My parents were still talking
Right.
about work. They had been
Keiichi, someone who
engrossed
would
through this
think
whole time.
9/11 is an inside job. Oh god.
It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I caught in with the why don't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No.
It's much better to say these kind of things. I forgot the lyrics.
I caught in with the haven't you people ever heard of?
Oh my god.
Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about.
Y'all in America Got Talent.
I'd never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled.
Their son just like cuts in singing.
They stopped talking and turned towards me, mouths agape.
What is it, Katie? You know I don't like this music that you keep listening to. Like,
I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen, just in case, yeah.
honey, should we have moved to a town where they have karaoke boxes? Like, I'm not sure if I can put up with this any longer. Yeah, maybe coming to Hinamizawa was a mistake. If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about.
I didn't think their talk was more urgent than my song. In any case, I started my request. Just in case, okay? If I die. Both of my parents' eyes went wide as saucers.
Okay, if he says it like that, it's really like comedic in my head.
If I die, please don't use those goofy cartoon sounds you guys keep pulling out of your phones at my funeral. Just give me some amount of self-respect. I also
Perfect
want you to
emote,
put a clock
Aristo.
on my wall in my coffin. I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of Colonel Sanders statue? If they said, then they'd probably find it. If they did that, they would probably find it in my memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop in class, and I really like it, so please.
What's the matter, Keiichi? Why do you have to sing all your lines? Are you in your high school musical phase?
Mom was finally able to ask with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now, I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room.
Hey,
I needed to
Nerd,
go to school
welcome
early
back, welcome
tomorrow
back.
and secure that bag. I mean, that bat.
God, imagine going to school and being paid
Secure
for
that
it.
bag. I know.
Yeah, you know, like I have this friend from Luxembourg who which is a country with, I believe, like really high taxes, and if you go to school, you know, they will give you a grant, right? This is something that happens in Germany and some like other European countries as well, that you know, when you go to certain schools, especially vocational schools, where it is likely that you would not be able to live at home anymore because you have to move to a specific city to be in that kind of vocational school. The country might give you a grant, right, of a couple €100, and but this friend of mine would always say like, oh yeah, Luxembourg pays people for going to school. And I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy, to give people a salary for going to school, until I figured out later, oh, it was like a government grant.
Bushy.
I should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I had my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk to my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing.
What do you think is gonna happen? Do you have an idea?
Well, now you guys are spoiling me that he's fucking psycho. I'm rethinking my entire life here.
Nobody spoiled you. I did not spoil you. I think it was a genuine question of Tar, and I genuinely said I am not allowed to say that. I'm not allowed to say that, and that's all I said. That's all I said. Okay, that's what I think too. I mean, this has been, this guy has been mad overthinking. At least, I don't know if he is, but at least the game is trying to make you consider that possibility. Yeah, it's all speculation, like Arista says.
You guys are making me think that he's crazy. This was the first time I've ever woken up thinking I was crazy. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Oh, damn. Just as I was finishing up breakfast,
combo.
Mom rose groggily from her slumber.
That's an interesting combo that I've never tried, but I can picture it, strawberry and chocolate. My KG, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event?
Not really. Answering bluntly. Picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
You're leaving already. What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can't make it. Yeah, Bushy, have you never had chocolate-dipped strawberries?
Strawberries dipped in chocolate? Yeah, of course. They're delicious.
Yeah, so, why not strawberry and chocolate? Strawberry jam and chocolate powder? Can you not picture
Yeah,
it?
but like, I don't think I'm used to people just eating the chocolate powder. Normally you make it into a drink.
Have you had tiramisu?
Tiramisu, sure.
Tiramisu has chocolate powder on top. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm holding hand with Bushy at this point. Oh my god. Hot chocolate powder isn't just chocolate, so it does taste weird. I can picture it. I feel like they do that here with some toast as well. Keiichi is going to grow up as a Japanese conservative who is fixed on Matthew Perry breaking Japan's isolation. I say this because of his word choices. Oh. Hot choco with vanilla ice cream. No, that's great. And bananas in a blender. No, that sounds amazing. That just sounds normal, to be honest. I mean, chocolate and banana is a classic combo in the first place, and vanilla ice cream just goes with any sweet dessert. That sounds great. That sounds like something you would make, Bushy. No?
How do you know what I would make, huh?
Your tsundere is showing.
What gives you the right?
Okay, let's keep reading.
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and me on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today.
Then, what will you do for lunch?
I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store.
Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt.
I took the 1,000 yen bill from my mom. And slipped it into my pocket.
It's pretty early. Is Rena-chan up this early as well?
No, just me.
Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early?
I have no reason to tell her every detail now, do I? What if his parents are in on it?
I do find the parents hella sus, and I do not know what their deal is.
Maybe they're in on it, girl.
To their own son?
Well, they don't want his son to be like in trouble with town. So they're probably trying to play into everyone's good graces. They don't know he's being a little
move here in the
snoop.
first place.
Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I went ahead when she comes.
Hey, Keiichi, wait!
It's not that I didn't trust my parents. It's that they were being really sus. And I just couldn't rely on them. They were being too sussy. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. Oh, fuck you, Mom. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone.
It's so funny that you say that here, that it sounded personal. And because, like, instantly in my head, I hear my mom. You know, I'm so traumatized, not traumatized really, but I'm like, so, this is so ingrained on me. Like, if I had said that to my mom would have been like, I'm your mom, not your friend. You can't talk to me like that. My mom said that so many times in my life.
Yeah, well, I would have been like, yeah, well, fuck you, mom.
Oh my god! Not the Harold emote with the middle finger.
That's what I would have done. That's what I would have
That's
done.
the right energy.
That's the
That's
energy.
the exact energy. My parents had same script. Oh my god. No, I think that's just Asian moms, you know. My mother would just be like, I brought you into this one, I can take you out. Whoa! Oh my god.
Whoa, that
That's
line
a
goes
very
hard.
yeah, that line goes very hard. Oh my
That
god.
line goes hella
Your mom's a
hard.
badass. Oh my god.
Well, can I just say one more thing, Woo?
Okay. Yes.
Quack, 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 quack.
Thank you.
You think that's what the cicadas are actually whispering? I think that the entire time they've been going,
Fuck you, Mom. Fuck you, Mom.
I hear that
You just
cicadas
don't
have
know.
some severe mommy issues. I believe it's like a biology thing, like something in their nature. All cicadas hate their moms. It's like actually, yeah, it's
Wow.
real.
Wow, that's some
What do you think?
generational cicada trauma.
What do you think they're crying, huh? When they cry? Because their moms neglected them at an early
Oh.
age.
Oh my god, you figured out the whole game now.
Yep.
Yep.
Up until now, just walk down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met. There wasn't anyone at the spot where we could have met up with me on. The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning than what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamisawa had set up for me before I had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me. Oh wow!
My Keiichi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning?
The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the field. Their name was, I forgot.
Of course.
Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so it would be a good change of pace, that's all. I threw out a random excuse.
What about Reina-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today?
Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of question my mom was asking. So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always walking together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Keiichi.
I'm sorry, who cuts like rice fields like this? What a mess.
It's ergonomic.
I wonder about that. Stop it, Kate. You don't think about that anymore.
You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? You must remain hard, Keiichi. You must remain hard. A car horn blared out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder of the van, swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. I was about to get fucking run over.
And isekai'd.
That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself, had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position.
Imagine he gets isekai, you know, like, do you think we could even, like, take continuing to read this, being isekai entais as we are?
It's all, like, all these girls that want to, like, date him.
Ugh.
He has level 9999 power for no reason.
Ugh. I'm sorry, you might have to go to a different VN if that happens.
If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the patio by the side of the road. Oh my god. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, my temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning through the air like a top, locked in my contorted position. Ugh, that sounds really painful.
It does. So someone is targeting him. Splash.
Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This was what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Piece of shit! Motherfucking bitch! I'll fucking kill you! I'll kill your entire fucking descendants! I'll kill everybody! The disgrace of being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds.
That was definitely personal.
I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road. Hey, he's the one who was... He's the one who was yelling profanities. He's the one profanitizing. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you're totally acting. Of course, you would never even like take words like that into your mouth, right?
Never. I never take anything into my mouth.
You don't swear.
I would never do that.
Damn. How do you eat? Through your nose?
Yeah. So what? So what, huh? This is a crime, goddammit. Shit. I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to the side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling up within me. Dark cloud? This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I'd parted ways with that person, taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down the back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud but without an injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others until now. Oh wow, he hadn't even suspected the whole town? Come on, bro. You can't be that dumb. Come on, bro. I guess this is this game's battler, so I should have known better.
Yeah. You should have known battler.
Keichler. Because it was suspected that I had believed there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in this situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest to just hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recall the tales
Yeah.
Oishi-san told me of when Hinamisawa was still called Onigafuchi.
Yeah, ask if you sat in class or would hide in the toilet in Catholic school.
Oh, I feel that, Hiel. I feel that. Sometimes you just gotta hide in the old Catholic school toilet.
I feel that too. However, I hate toilets. I just hate toilets. It's one of my most hated things in the world, so I couldn't do that. I would have to find somewhere else to hide.
I recall
I've
the tales.
totally hidden in the library before. Okay, yeah.
Wait, I already read that. No. Please tell us your story of hiding in the library.
No, I don't have no real story. I would just like sometimes hide in the library.
Okay.
Would you call 112 for Nitrafal if they got hit by a car?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, yeah, of course.
Ooh,
Maybe.
Oh, sorry, Nitrafal. Maybe you should rely on someone else.
No. Listen.
Okay, listening.
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
I might, Of
I
course.
would definitely call 112 Nitrafal, and I'd pay for it.
Frightening A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers with their unwavering faith in the curse would do nothing to help me. The strong sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of a man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was I have such a hard time with Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama.
You're doing great.
Oyashiro-sama. When I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. Was that a coincidence? Was it intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen. Because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber. Nothing that I could bring into what was that, classroom? Nothing that I could bring to the classroom easily. Then, I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem.
Why did they put, like, pranks over the windows like that? Was that like this last time too?
I don't remember, actually. But if it
don't.
was, then we sure didn't notice.
Yeah, but like it seems so obvious and weird because it's every window, you know? For what reason?
I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was there yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I thought of that gun that Mion is always, like, holding, but that would be too hard. She got that thing strapped on, bro.
She sure does.
I didn't think I could find a specifically effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym store shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me.
Yeah, Keiichi is done with soft ideas, only hard ideas.
I only want the hardest of ideas. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had one thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I've got all my life to live. I've got all my love to give. I will survive. So as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense.
That one deserves a little applause.
My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. An impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I need a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I mean, Zach Fair used one in the beach, so why couldn't I? I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that had exactly what I wanted. It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voice of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway.
I haven't heard the word Pee-wee in so long.
I know, right?
So long.
That's
oh
what
my
I thought.
god.
I was like, oh.
I forgot that was a word, you know.
Amongst them, I could make out Rika and Satoko. Good morning.
My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san.
I nonchalantly hit the bat I was holding behind my back. Oh my god, bro. Smooth. Smooth.
What's with your outfit? You're covered in mud.
Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm going to change now, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush just as I expected her to. This is very appropriate.
Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all?
I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it.
Damn, those fists! Oh my god!
Dude, those fucking hands, well, those mitts, bro. You got the mitts.
Whoa! And those arm muscles? This is like some god. Oh. Does anyone else see Takayan in this sprite?
Huh?
I think you don't know Takayan. It's okay.
I don't think I
it's
do.
fine.
I don't think I do.
I think Hiel might. Hiel, you do, right? Takayan is a rapper and music producer who makes really good music, but for every song that he puts out, he also has a dance version. And he basically looks like this. Yes, Pat, do you see it? Do you see it, Pat? Please tell me. Please tell me you see it. Just change the dress to pink. Oh, the sprite's gone. I'm sorry. Yeah.
In disgust, she went
And
into
blonde
the
hair.
still blushing.
Not enough tissues in the background.
Conversely, Rika continued to stare at me preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then, starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. Ika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Sadako in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Ika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? It seems that Ika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd just try practicing my swing. Oh, he's fucked. I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more. Please don't lose that bat. Why did she say that? Why did she say that, Woo?
Why did she say that?
Why did she say that?
Welcome back, Niv. What is a driveway roommate? Huh? Oh, Niv, yeah, you might have seen the Higurashi anime. It was definitely a popular anime, more or less, at some point many years ago. So I feel like more people have seen the Higurashi anime than the Umineko anime. But we haven't. Except for me, just like a couple episodes. But I always thought to myself, I'd rather read the VN in the end.
Seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be worrying until they complained. I wouldn't be for long, just until the gym store shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began, because I came off so early. I took the bat in one hand and went to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I suddenly started swinging. I feel that, actually. I should at least start with some warm-ups. I thought anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. Which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. Because he's crazy. I grabbed the bat and swung lightly. You guys have completely convinced me that he's crazy, by the way.
We did not confirm anything. It was a question, and I said I can't answer it. Nobody tried to convince you of anything.
So confirmed.
God. You're being so paranoid right now.
Like him? The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this weapon would never come. Just carrying around would deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped.
Huh? Kei-chan, what are you doing?
Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
What? Ichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team?
It was Rena and Mion.
I
I'm
was
so
surprised
scared
to
of
hear
these
you went
two.
off ahead. Yeah, they are scary. What are you doing, Kei-chan?
Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship. You can say it's part of my diet if you want.
Diet. Kei-chan, are you really that fat?
Bet you didn't know I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles.
Plump and jiggles.
My God. And you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair.
Well then, I hope you make it to regionals at least. Those old men would cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshimaha is pretty strong. They say their southpaw, Kameda-kun, is amazing. Good luck! Damn, all these terms that I understand because of sports anime.
I don't get it.
A southpaw is a left-handed pitcher.
Oh. Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut. Oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past the ball I just threw and change over to being the catcher in the burst of super incredible explosive speed. What is bro talking about now? He's going crazy.
Yeah.
I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image because I was going fucking bananas. Going back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Damn it! What am I laughing at? I pounded the
Oh my
ground
God.
over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll... Don't follow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I'll... Ugh. I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor? Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me?
How can ducks caught using a phone? What makes you question that, Neutrophile? We can carry phones with our wings. We've got wings, you know, wings like these. Wingies.
Now Girly is a duck IRL too.
Sorry, I might have skipped like a line accidentally. I think it's here in other words, right? Or did you read that one?
No, I read that one. Yeah,
Okay.
that would be wonderful. You damned fool, Keiichi Maevara. Come on now. I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised the vat violently into the air. Stop being so soft!
Oh my
That's
god!
what he
Oh my
said.
god! That was not
That's what
a
she
soft
said.
cry. Oh my god!
Stop being so soft!
I'm crying. Get patted. Thank you. Thank you.
As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With
Bro,
every
so
impact, my
crazy.
weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell, I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down.
The concerned emote is so valid. So valid right now.
I
Okay.
gasped at the sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep living on like this? Could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
Katie-kun, come on. It's clap time. Clap time.
The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses.
Come on, Keitan. Stop spacing out. Bring your desk. Your desk.
Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, "I'll be going home now."
What's this, Kei-chan? You planning on going home right away again?
Mion sounded quite disappointed. "I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while?" The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
Katie-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess.
Stop.
Oh my god, we got raiders! Hello!
Hi, Raiders!
Oh my god! New raiders! Zombie raid! Let's go, Lemon! I love that name! Welcome in, raiders! Nice to meet you! Welcome, welcome! Thank you so much for raiding me, hi! Oh, everybody's playing me side! We need to play that game, right? I hope you had a great stream, Zombie Raid! Hi, Shortbacks! Nice to meet you, everyone! Thank you for raiding me! I'm Woo, my friend Boshi, and we are reading Higurashi every Saturday. I don't know if you guys know about this. A couple of people have seen the anime. Don't know about you guys. Hey Suzo, hi. Thank you so much for rating me. Nisei was so good and completed it in one sitting. Oh, it's that short? How long did you like spend playing it? And you adore Higurashi? I love that. I own all but the newest one. Oh my god, I'm so happy to have raiders who actually have read Higurashi.
Yeah.
Have you read Umineko? Yeah. Well, we actually read Umineko first. Like we spent a year reading it, and now we just started a couple of weeks ago with Higurashi. You haven't done Umineko yet. You know, big recommendation from me. If you already adore Higurashi, I think you could like Umineko too. We were obsessed with it. Super obsessed with it. I still think about it a lot even now. And definitely will have to return to that sometime. But for now, especially like having read Umineko, like there are a couple of characters from Higurashi that also appear in Umineko. So for us, you know, that's like a nice thing to see now. 4.5 hours for Misa. That is actually much shorter than I thought it would be. We should play that sometime, Bushi. You wanna?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would like need you to play it because it's first person, but I do wanna play that game. You know, I've been dodging people playing it a bit because I don't want to get spoiled. Oh, it wants you to do multiple playthroughs. Oh, I love that. Should definitely look into that sometime. I started Higurashi with the anime. I own it on Blu-ray, wow. And then stopped and got the VNs because they are better. I also bought the original Windows release of Higurashi when I was in Japan. Whoa, I love that. Did you get that from like specific like Dojinshi store or where did you even find that? Because like it's probably not like in normal shops anymore. Like you would have to find it in a shop that sells maybe used goods. Or maybe at a convention. Yeah, at a resale store, that's what I thought. That's like really where you find the treasures in Japan, for sure. It's very easy to get lost in them and find gems from a long time ago. I'm so happy you bought those. But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I did hear that the Higurashi anime was better and more faithful to the source material than Umineko was. Umineko anime, it's like, you know, I think it looked pretty good for the time, but nobody recommends watching it over the VN. But as always, of course. But of course, the original, the source material is always the best to read, even if it's, you know, slow pace at parts. But for Umineko, I would say to 90%, I would say it was worth getting all those details. Like, I will not lie to everybody and say there was no part at all that were kind of dragged out. There was, but in the end, every detail was, you know, did have its purpose and meaning, I feel like. I love that. I love sharing this love for Higurashi. And hopefully maybe Umineko in the future. Do you think you're gonna read it on stream, maybe? The anime is really good, but it makes less sense as an anime and way more sense as a VN. Plus, it's an audio novel, yes. And I am super excited though, because the creative Higurashi is writing the next Silent Hill game. I know that. I saw those news maybe like a year or two ago, and I was like, whoa, you know, that's huge. Like, we so are going to have to play that Silent Hill game. I have high expectations.
Yeah.
No, we were big Umineko fans. I do hope you get to read it sometime. I might have seen the trailer. I don't quite remember anymore. We should look into it. Do we have a release date for it? Probably not, right? Like for the actual game.
Okay, Niv, have a good lurk. I'll miss you a little, if that's okay. Hello, Code. Hello, Code. But yeah, thanks again, Zombie, for the raid. Really appreciate that. And if you need some rest, but please definitely don't let me keep you hostage here. Get that rest. You're sticking around to read Higurashi. I think we're about to get like close to the end here, because bro has been paranoid for a while. But we are undecided whether he's actually crazy or whether he's onto something. So hopefully we'll find that out today. Let's keep reading Pushy.
She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted to be a soft part of me that could still feel pain. God damn it.
He's getting very, very
Keiichi
obsessed about being soft and hard.
Keiichi has been talking about being so soft all episode. He's very frustrated about how soft he is. He really wishes he was real hard. And I can't help but feel sorry for the little guy.
Oh, he's just a teenage kid.
I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying any more, so I followed my word. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from the heat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears picked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences. Presence? Presence?
Presents. Gifts are closing in. No?
They were bringing me numerous princesses. And that was why I could hear it. I could hear the princesses. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until they were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooden path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me.
Oh my god. It's Shy Nano. Good morning, Shy Nano.
Shy Nano.
Shy Nano is Hya's nickname for Shinano.
China.
Shy Nano.
What's up, Shina?
Hi there, good morning. Rise and shine, good morning. Happy Sunday, Shinano.
And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Oh, creepy. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without a question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined their dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into this array. 5 minutes passed? Or had it been like this the whole 30 minutes? It was hard to breathe it was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed that I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. Hey! I know you're there! With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already! I know you're there! I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. It was Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, I just can't with you.
Wow.
With all due virgin.
With all due virgin.
With all due Vegeta.
With all due Vegeta. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Rena! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her.
Not really. It's just,
Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. But it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club?
Since you're not, I'm not.
That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play.
But I'm just worried about you.
Thinking about how I had been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could be perceived as strange. So then I was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was already the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like this to try and tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But then I didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath and tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing me. Stop following me.
Oh.
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me.
But my house is in the same direction.
Oh. Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward. Damn.
I'd like to go home together with you.
Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut through my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was all a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Dana had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Dana looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then. Hurry!
I'm going. So please stop with the bat. It's scary.
Dana guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball, after all. Yeah, no shit, dude.
No
Oh my
shit.
god. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly so as to not set me off.
Oh, I feel sorry for her.
I know, if she wasn't crazy.
Is she though?
If she wasn't
Or it's
crazy.
Or it's Katie. The duck butts.
As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
Feel like a chicken leg skinny ass.
Oh my god, no, the pirates
Like
on
a
a
chicken
boat.
foot. Everybody know I be on a
Pirates
boat.
on a boat,
Pirates
she
on
said.
a boat. Pirates
What?
on the boat.
Pirates on a boat,
fucking
she said
boat.
again,
On a boat.
nonchalantly.
A boat?
I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Pirates on a boat.
This
Pirates
all
on a boat.
but confirmed my fears.
Skinny ass chicken legs. I ain't even scared. Okay.
I had to get the fuck out of here as quickly as I could. This shit was fucked up, man. Hey, don't stop. Keep singing your
Pirates
silly
on a
song.
boat.
Yeah, there you go.
Pirates on a boat.
Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rina didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No. She hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of my impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed? Without me realizing it, the air around me had suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Irena and I were locked into space. Irena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Irena was first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into another person who just looks like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
Well, excuse me, but can I ask you something?
Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately. What?
Well, why do you have that bat? I wonder.
The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want.
But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly?
It's alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat?
Because, Keiji, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird. You're too soft.
She was right. She was so fucking right. I definitely was too soft. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird?
It's weird.
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball and I wanted to practice my swing. So I'm just carrying around a bat. What's strange about that?
Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why you too?
Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it strange for me to have an interest in sports? Should sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer any of her questions.
I'm sorry. Don't get so angry.
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out my words of apology one after the next.
Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing.
I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go. I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache. sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Dana asked her final question.
Why is even your bed the same?
What did she mean by the bed was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying?
I mean, why is even the bed the same?
I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
I mean, why is even the bed the same as Satoshi-kun's?
Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing the name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? Yeah, right, transferred out.
Mm-hmm.
Transferred out into fucking dead, maybe.
Transferred out into hell.
Transferred out of life.
Transferred out of the simulation.
Oh, you're so red-pilled, Woa. So amazing.
You're very blue-pilled, actually.
Me?
Yeah, you're definitely blue-pilled.
What? Is that a good thing?
Well, that's for you to decide.
What the hell? Then I had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was a student who sat at my seat until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away, but Oyashiro-sama's cursed. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell to the bat from the bat to my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It's a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. I see. So this was... Satoshi's bat. Oh. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it?
That's not it.
The way Dana said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Dana continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
Why is it that you're doing the exact same thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him?
You know, I was talking about more than just a bat belonging to Satoshi.
It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined the baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball.
What does that have to mean?
Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports.
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Dana is trying to tell us something important.
Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden. just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly started practicing a swing, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly began carrying the bed around with him, just like Keiichi-kun. And one day, he suddenly...
And one day he suddenly what? Anna had swallowed her words. In a sudden silence, put a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's.
Apparently that's a nice visual novel. It's more likely than you think.
If only it wasn't so soft.
That's the whole issue, yeah?
What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much attention to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything that he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation. After all, the planning I had done, they were the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi, no, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, or there was really a good possibility that what had happened would be the same. And that day, what happened to Satoshi? And she knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to that guy in the past. And I knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, then I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. Oh!
I told you, Keiichi-kun.
It was that person that I didn't know.
This sprite is so normal.
Yeah, but the eyes. What about the other one?
Eyes.
Oh, this one's somehow even creepier.
Yeah. This one's staring straight into your soul. Huh.
It was a person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't Rena Ryugu who I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze. under a layer of rime. Both of Reina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Dana brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned.
I told you, Keiichi-kun.
After a short pause, Dana repeated the same words again.
Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out.
Transferred, meaning what? What Reina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously unaware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It seemed that Reina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2, 3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Dana and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. But right now, it was useless to me. It was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun?
Dana finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important, and was incredibly vague. Once again I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do?
Transfer.
Imagine from now on we only say, I'll transfer you. No more killing in Minecraft.
She doesn't want Keiichi to VTuber or graduate. But Reina, I had disagreements with corporate.
If you ever eat my flan in the fridge, I'll fucking transfer you.
What the fuck? I want that flan.
Nope.
I want that flan. Toshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I am now? Friends he had gone along with had changed suddenly and for no reason? At least, none that I had noticed. Planned to kill him?
I can't promise you that, Niv. I can't promise you no jump scares.
Then, fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly, transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. Frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. The key with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. I stepped into the entryway. Just I wanted to take off my shoes with the fur. Chill ran down my spine. Whole club was looking at her.
Oh my
Someone
God.
had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. There was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know that they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maebara, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, 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 then what was I
don't know
feeling?
why mom is never home.
As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there, when you turn around, would you be able to accept that? I'll be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Oh, right. I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that wouldn't have solved anything. Can you read this part real quick? Well, I need to go do something about some kitty cats fighting.
Oh, okay. I can wait for you if you want. We can take a small break.
It's very small. I want to make sure that they stop fighting.
No problem, no problem. Just let me know when you're back.
My name is nobody. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay. Whoa. I actually don't know if somebody's standing behind him or not. Or if he's just paranoid, you know. I actually don't know. What a weird situation to be in. Like, I think I'd turn around. The way he's like overthinking himself into a corner like this,
is the worst. You believe him? You believe what exactly? That somebody's behind him? Wow. How come that we can feel the presence of people, you know? What makes us feel the presence of people? I never thought about that. Who's nasty? Here. Don't make me move you two to my smaller screen. What a threat. That's so cute. The vibration of the atoms chained back to us, we can feel. Really? Really? I'd believe that. I'd believe that. Have you ever been in a situation where you didn't feel somebody's presence for the longest time? I'm trying to think. Of course I'm spitting shits, but believable. I'm very gullible here. But yeah, let me think, was there ever a situation in which I didn't feel somebody's presence for longer than, like, let's say 30 minutes, you know? I mean, I wouldn't know, but was there? Was there? Never, I think. I'm not sure. No, but like sometimes you have those moments, right, where you just like you get surprised and you didn't know somebody was there. That's weird. We can even feel when ghosts are watching us? Really? I can't. Have you ever felt someone ringing in your ears every time ghosts pass by? Or ever felt some ringing? No. I don't think about ghosts like that. That's a very, very Asian superstition, I'd say. I don't feel that. I was raised too European for that. Yeah, no, I've been completely whitewashed, for sure. In that regard, I have been. I know. I noticed that after moving to Japan and now to Thailand, that people have a lot more respect for ghosts here and spirits and curses and all that than they do in Europe. I've been so whitewashed, I actually use the dishwasher to clean my dishes. I'm so whitewashed, I would never put pots and frying pans into my oven. I'm so whitewashed that I actually shower in the morning. What else? What else? But don't worry, I still take my shoes off when I enter the house. Ghosts feel more respected here, that's why they migrated to Southeast Asia. Oh, that makes sense. I use my dishwasher for more storage. Yeah, Andrew, that's like what my mom's doing, you know? And then my housemate in Belgium too. So my housemate in Belgium is Korean, you know. And she was the same. I was like, girl, we're using this to wash our dishes. What are you doing, you know? She would never take the dishes out. Never. I'm so whitewashed, I blend in with sheetrock. What is sheetrock? Oh, sheet rock. I was like, sheetrock? Sheetrock? Sheetrock sounds like a, I don't know, superhero name. Sheetrock.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a shit rock. Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back. What else is whitewashed about Woo?
My
don't know.
name is Nobody. Nobody.
Sheetrock does sound like a new Pokemon here.
Hiel said that she wasn't the biggest Pokemon fan even. And she has already made so many Pokemon references just today.
Maybe he
And
is a
then
guy.
she wonders, maybe she
into
wonders why
Pokemon.
people describe her as just some guy who is really into Pokemon, you know? Why are we
Shrieker's like
complaining then?
sneezing in his sleep right now. Wondering. Welcome back, Star. Welcome back. And welcome back, Bushy. Are you ready to find out if somebody's standing behind Keiichi?
Who is it? Spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. Could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. All the things she said, all the things she said.
Oh, I thought this was gonna go into zombie, but okay, fair. Nice mashup. Same here, same.
In your head. In your head. That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it clearly.
Pirates on a boat.
Whoa. Don't fucking scare me like that, dude. Scare me like that, bro. What? It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, seizing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in empty space. Couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but were they actually standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. Emotional dam. A turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. What a sentence. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my hand, as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge, I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Ah! I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. Oh, he's definitely going crazy. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. The thing is, like, can you blame him?
Yeah, right?
These two swings whiffed through empty space. They seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that face.
This BGM is great.
I know, I was just thinking that.
Uh-huh.
It was like legit taking me aback.
Mm-hmm.
The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as they spun my entire body in a large arc. Ah! I screamed shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive powers. Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. You see, I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboard.
No.
And then you left without nothing but a saw. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Who the fuck is bro talking? There's no one there. Breathing heavily, my
Yeah.
entire body soaked in sweat. The invisible enemy there, but not there. First.
There's nobody.
It was nobody. I told you.
God. He just like wrecked his entrance.
Yeah. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain.
Do you know what that box in the door is?
What that box in the door is?
Yeah, this like thing.
No, what is that? Like a mailbox?
Yeah, it's totally a mailbox, but I always thought they looked so interesting in Japan. They kind of don't look mailboxy, you know? But yeah, it's a mailbox. I don't know, they look like machines to me, like there was some sort of like device inside. But they're just hollow.
They're kind of weird. They're kind of freaky looking.
Yeah, they are. Mm-hmm.
No way. Had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house? Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body, and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest: exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking back about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maevara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon. Without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece, baby. Arite no yume wa kakihatsume. Sagashimono sagashi. When I asked who is it, they inhaled, as if they were about to answer. And I'm definitely not crazy. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Yashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. It would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Yashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable. But as things were now, the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi this was the work of Yashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. What?
Our daughter. Hi, Ichi.
Ichi!
Hi, Ichi. I hope you're good.
Ichigo Shark!
Ichigo Shark. On a scale of 1 to 10,
Yayo! Dream it.
rate
Don't
your
give it up, Ichi.
Don't rate on a scale from 1 to 10, rate your EP.
Dream it. Don't give it up, Andrew. Dream it. Don't give it up. Woo, dream it. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute the Yashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Yashiro-sama's curse, then it would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Yashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. I've never heard that before in my entire life.
Same.
Same.
They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking about anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Miyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be the bestest of buddies with the Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. It was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off my bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Maebara residence.
Keiichi, this is Mom.
I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but there were few since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked.
Okay.
But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. And they had been waiting for me to come and clear them. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right?
Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work.
Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt.
No, we're already here. We left this afternoon.
Quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Going at full speed on the highway would still take 6 hours.
Oh, that's far.
Yeah. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken long. The train's less fast than a car?
Yeah, depending on which train you take, sure. You know, like if you're taking a train that stops at every town, it's gonna take a while. Not every city is connected by a bullet train by the Shinkansen, right? There are only main routes that the Shinkansen go, but like if you're living in a more rural area, or you don't even can't even really afford the bullet train, yeah, you'll be on those trains for a while. Cars are definitely faster.
Yeah, that makes sense with all the stops and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night.
That's me,
Oh,
that's me, that's me.
That's mom, that's mom, that's mom, that's mom.
Mom. I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly.
You're telling me things aren't going smoothly with Daddy? Daddy?
Why are you talking like that?
Yeah.
I wish it went back to singing, actually, you know?
My name is No Daddy. No Daddy. No.
This is
Now
why
that
we
you
went to
mentioned it.
Tokyo.
I remember that she talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so hot.
Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work.
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions change as easily as these freaking artists, man. They are
I
all the
know,
same,
right?
dude. They are all the same.
Yeah, I'm so glad I don't
You
know
could
anyone
also
who's an
just say
artist.
he couldn't take criticism.
Called out.
But something like that can't be done over the phone.
Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. No, here, Keiichi is done with soft. No more soft.
As their soft son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about hard work.
So we'll be back tomorrow night, Keiichi. Will you be fine on your own?
It's not like I'll... I can't believe you would say that right now.
Right.
Yeah, Mom, I guess I can wait. It's not like I'm gonna get murdered alive by all my friends from school or anything. That would be crazy.
That would never happen to me. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, you should talk to us. I believe Mommy will be able to help you out.
Yesterday, I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least, not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off.
Yeah. See you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up and eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth.
Yeah. See ya. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. By the way, I did quotation marks in case you didn't see it.
Cool.
They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It had never happened this suddenly. Couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Oh, whoa. I'm gonna need to be right back.
Okay.
But please read, because I'm not sure how much it's gonna be.
Okay, sure. Let me know when you're back.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess I'm taking over. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly.
haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was no good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. Oh, I need to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. Why do you think Please Read sounds like a trap dragon? My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freakout was kind of bad. I just say I tripped and fell and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember that there was a broom and a dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Hello? This is Maibara residence.
Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around?
Ah, she isn't here at the moment. You idiot! Keiichi Maibara! Don't reveal that your parents are gone! You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or tell her to call them when she comes back.
Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother.
The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I would have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. Let's suspect my parents weren't there. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted.
Hello, my apologies for calling so late. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya bookstore.
Oishi-san?
Oh, is that you, Maibara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you are doing well.
Wait a moment, please. Keiichi can't have Chugi Fs, he sucks. I really felt like the phone. That really felt like the phone in my house. I know, we talked about this last time too. Like, this phone sound really does sound like it's in your room, you know, or behind you, or like somewhere in the house, yeah. It's so well done. It's a tiny little jump scare. Portable headset? This is a boomer. Yeah, this story does play in the 80s, as far as I know. And yes, he is garbage at lying. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san. Sorry for the wait.
How are things? Anything changed since then?
Since then? Since when exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
Hello? Can you hear me, my Bara-san?
Huh? Sorry. What did you say?
I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried.
Not really. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. Michael Jackson was very popular. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely, after all. Well, Oishi-san, it seems that someone is after me.
Really?
It could just all be a coincidence, but that day I missed at school, when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me.
Which two?
Rena and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you.
What's next?
They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat?
About the needle.
It was just one of those common sewing needles you'd see all the time. There was a hole to thread string to.
Not that, my Bara-san, the needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where's that needle?
That's right, that's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi and the needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa desks, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. Since when does a metal sewing needle go into the burnable trash, huh? You think Oishi is not a very good detective? Why, Arista? I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know. I tried running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. What's up, Rowan? Hello! Hello, hello! Hope you're good. Yoshi! Yeah, Boshi is a BRB at the moment. She's taking care of some stuff. She should be back soon. I think Erika could beat him as a detective any day of the week. I have no doubt. I have no doubt she could. Oh, you were down with the COVID too? Seems to be going around. I feel like you're the third person that I was talking to recently who has it now. Don't worry, Rowan. Boshi will be back. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Oh, it's been a week already. Please get well soon, Rowan. It does sound like you're on the way of recovery, though. I hope it's gonna be over fast. Borfus! Hi, Borfus!
Crack.
Hello, hello! Later, when Mom got back, I would have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
Hello? How did it go?
I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed when it happened and...
I see. It would be great if you could find it. Keep it safe.
That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Oishi-san, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at that time.
Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here.
Damn! At the time I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't even look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry. I don't know how much more than that it was. How much more than that it was a white van.
Nothing to fret about, my Bara-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit.
I guess all of this reality isn't a coincidence, is it? Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I could only imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rina is acting strange.
How so?
What Rina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence. That Rina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing. Rina knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year.
What would that be, exactly?
Rina said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi.
Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you?
Transferring out, she said.
Transferring out?
Rina said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
My Bara-san, there was probably some sort of threat, or maybe some type of warning.
I thought so too. At that point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers. Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with a prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents not being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they would easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had his house built in such a remote location as I did right now. Oh my god, somebody's at the door. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask, right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me.
Sure, ask away.
Pizza time! Oh my god, what do you think? What kind of pizza does Keiichi eat? Margaritas? Pepperonis? Spinach? Mochi pizza? Sardine? Sardine's pretty good. Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened at her previous school. Actually, regarding Rena's, I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery.
Raiders! Oh my god, it's you! From you to you? From you to me? Oh my god, I got raided by you. I'm so happy at you. Welcome in from you to you. Hey, hey. Oh my god, you play Fortnite, you? I did not know. Hello, Midnight Skino. Welcome in. Fortnite. Know who else plays Fortnite? Boshi over here. She's AFK right now. She's taking care of some stuff. But I've never played Fortnite. Have you been playing a lot of Fortnite in your life? Boshi doko. Boshi has to take care of some things. Yeah, no, I miss Boshi too. And the thing is, we just got to a really interesting part here, cause the main character has been paranoid since, like, I don't know, ages, and it's all building up now. And our classmates have been threatening us. On the way back home, he was so paranoid to the point that he was, I don't know, like fighting some invisible person, and nobody was there. But now, suddenly, somebody is at the door, and we don't know who or why. I played a bit of Fortnite. The school children in there bullied my whole team. No way. No way. Really, here. Oh wait, you were like playing Fortnite with our usual gang as well, right? I've been doing great in Fortnite. Not gonna say I'm carried, but I am great buddies in the collab. Oh, I know you carried you. I know you carried. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. And the invisible people made them cry. I don't know if bro cried yet, to be honest. But they sent him food with needles inside, with one needle inside, and he's been paranoid. He's been so paranoid. See, I'm so glad you asked when they cry, because I thought about that when I came up with today's stream title. Higurashi, when they needled all over his mochi until he cried. And that's when he cries.
Will they cry? Okay, in the defense of the Higurashi, they've been crying this entire freaking game. Crying about their mommy issues. Some of them crying about daddy issues. You know? We talked about that. Ooh, I kind of don't want to. I don't know if this part is gonna be like big or not. But if it is, I don't want Bushy to miss out on this. I hope she's listening in with her wireless headphones, because then she wouldn't be missing out. Yeah, stop crying. Harden up. No more soft. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put into making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
Hello? Maibara-san?
Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to go see who it is.
A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now?
That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on?
It's fine. I don't mind.
Whoa. Whoa. I do not like this pause we're getting here. Why is there no dialogue? This is very eerie. Game? Did my game freeze? Oh. Oh my god, I thought something was happening. I thought we were gonna get a jump scare and then nothing happened. I was getting scared. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I just say my mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It would be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you would normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. Oh, Lena.
Good evening.
Lena. There shouldn't be any reason for Lena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel
What did I
uneasy.
miss? What did I miss?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! You scared me!
Why are we screaming?
Welcome back, Bushy! Oh my god!
Wah!
I'm foaming at my mouth.
Like a
Welcome
crab?
back, girl. Yeah, like a crab. I'm glad you're back. Okay. Should I catch you up a bit?
I don't know what's happening, if it's you or me, but I can like you're cutting out so bad right now for me on this card.
Oh,
Oh, now it seems better. Now it sounds better.
okay.
Okay, so what happened? Can you give me a quick recap?
Yes, yes. Do you remember around when you left?
Yeah, I left when he was talking to his mom,
Mm-hmm. On the phone about
and
them
then
going to
he,
Tokyo?
yeah,
Okay, okay, okay.
he tried to hit
Um,
something behind him, but there was nothing there. But he thinks that there was something.
okay, okay, yeah, yeah, no, we're definitely past that. Well, we do have a log, so I might as well just like see where you stopped. Mm, okay, okay, it's not even here. God, we read quite far. So basically, I think Keiichi went to his room and he started writing down these things that he thought he should be writing down, you know, about what's happening in case something happens to him and the police needs like, any hints, right? Did they do that? Anyway, he was in his room and then the phone rang. He didn't want to pick up the phone call, but if he didn't, you know, then people would know nobody's home. So he picked up. He told the villager that you know, accidentally told them that like his mom isn't there, you know, but then realized, oh no, now somebody knows he's alone at home, and was overthinking about, you know, what to tell them to still turn that around. Then another phone call came and it was Oishi, and he was, you know, telling Oishi about everything that's been going on, that he feels like somebody is targeting him, and then his friends seem to have been threatening him, and told him about the needle in the mochi. And then Oishi asked, the needle, that's evidence, can you go find it? And then Keiichi couldn't find that needle anywhere. It was not in the
Oh,
trash. Yeah, it wasn't in
what if the
the.
needle was
What?
never real?
That's what I'm saying. You know, this. I think the game is suggesting maybe it's not
Yeah,
real.
the game is
Yeah,
suggesting that maybe he is fucking crazy.
yeah. He imagined that needle. You
And
know,
remember the
it's
prologue where
nowhere.
he was smashing someone to death?
Yeah,
That was him.
yeah, yeah,
That was
yeah.
crazy, crazy him.
Mm. So yeah, we don't know if mom threw that needle away but he was going through the trash. It was nowhere. Yeah, what if the needle wasn't real? Mm-hmm. What if he was already so paranoid at that point that his mind made it up? And then what was it? Yeah, and then Oishi asked for the plate for the what's it? The license plate. Yeah. Oishi was asking for the license plate of the car, and then Keiichi also, you know, couldn't remember the license plate. So there was no evidence, no license plate, no needle, and Oishi also is like, bro, I can't help you. You have like no evidence, you know, like you have nothing. I have nothing that I could actually like use here. And then suddenly there was the doorbell rang several times, and he went downstairs, and you know, wondering who it was, but he couldn't have acted like he wasn't home. You know, he needed to make sure his story about his parents being home held up. So he was gonna go open the door, maybe tell the villager who came over to see his mom that she wasn't feeling well and went to bed early. But then he opened the door, and Rina is at the door, and that's where we are now. Mm. Are you with me, Boshi?
I am with you.
Now let's
Because
find
it
out
was
what
just
Rina has to say.
that what as I was
Yes.
about to ask Koichi-san about Rena.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence. Those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
There's nothing. This old man doesn't know.
Are you alone, Lena?
Yeah,
Seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here?
hey, Katie-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside? I wonder.
It was true that speaking through a chained door was the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house, the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it.
Then it can't be helped, I guess.
Lena looked at the ground sadly. I don't know, I'm sorry, but sometimes when I read these, remember those memes that are like, I am the bestest guy, said not the best guy, and then he looked away, and it was the evil guy. Yeah, you remember? It's always like cats, and it's that voice. Sometimes I'm reading the thing that like Keiichi's saying, and it sounds in my head like that.
Okay, I can see it.
She kept smiling at least. If I did it like the meme, it would be like, but she kept smiling at the least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me. What are these words that bro uses? Hoodlums?
Hoodlums.
Would assault me if I removed the chain. What I really feared, more than the possibility, wait, was trusting Dana enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed and my body defiled by a knife. But my friendship hurts more. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Dana.
Sorry, I just have to go check if one of his sprite doesn't have, like, a cheeky gun strapped or something.
Yeah.
You never know with this game, Okay. No sprite has any guns or weapons.
As long as the chain was unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Dana. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from the silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway. She looks so sad in the other one compared to this. The other art style.
This one?
No, when she has her sad face, she looks so much sadder in the middle one. The like quote unquote modern one. In that one.
Oh, I think putting a slit in in the center front of a dress is such an interesting choice, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
My theory for the coincidence of Oishi and the girls coming in contact with Keiichi at the same time is because Oishi is likely the first to contact the girls before contacting Keiichi. Really? Likely to first contact the girls before? Not sure if I'm following.
Have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun?
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited, even though I had all those cup noodles. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat, since I used up all the time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it?
Then good. Look, here. I brought a bunch of dishes.
And I held out a stack of boxes wrapped in a cloth.
If I could use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup and other stuff.
It's fine. You don't need to do that.
But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Keiichi-kun not like that type of stuff? I wonder.
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root and potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time.
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice on your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. Or like Japanese. What the yapping bros doing all the time.
You are definitely not allowed to eat rice and miso soup if you were not born Japanese, you know. I just want all of you to know that.
Bro already forgot about the danger.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think there is no danger, you know?
Yeah.
Also, I made some more pickles. I made sansai pickles this time.
Before I had moved to Hinamisawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables tasted rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated.
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 Okay.
To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were. It'd go so well with that fluffy white rice.
And also...
But wait, there's more. So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who'd said he'd make do with cup noodles. Dana appeared to be in good spirits as she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rina suddenly dwindled. Rina did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. This happy Dana, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house. Meaning, it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't there. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. And, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact for as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
7 p.m. dinner? I think 7 p.m. is a perfect time for dinner, Andrew. For you, it's
Yeah,
late.
that's when I would have
For
dinner.
you, it's late. Yeah, I think 7 p.m. is really perfect.
6 is
Not
too early,
Not
bro.
too late. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. 8 is too late, for sure. But
6
7
is when they eat at their
right.
retirement homes, Andrew. What, you
No
trying to play
way, no
bingo
way.
with the ladies?
Oh my god, I can't believe you just called Andrew old.
I have a friend who is both younger than me and older because he can't use Discord. He's like a boomer.
No
Yeah.
way. No way. Huh?
He's always like, I don't understand these newfangled computer systems, you know? And I'm like, bro,
Oh
you're like
my
25.
god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Andrew did go play bingo recently.
But with the
Wow.
ladies? I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon. Pretty soon.
Is that so? Is that so?
I know you went through all the effort and everything, but, well, I'm able to think of a good way to refuse. My words trailed off weakly.
But some of this could work as side dishes, I think.
I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides. So,
Huh? You have side dishes?
with a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact. And that, I was aware of it as well.
So, Katie-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder?
No, well, it's not that Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
Did you really make them? The side dishes? Did you, Katie-kun?
It wasn't me who made them, my mom did. No, she's making them right now. So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. And I fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
How about I try guessing what Katie-kun's dinner will be?
It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat.
Let's see.
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but then I was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
Your dinner. I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water?
Hey now, stop with the insults. I can't believe you belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But then I showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness.
Katie-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner?
No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Then I had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder then I became.
Hey, Katie-kun.
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
Is your mom home, I wonder? I wonder.
I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Rena. She knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon, and that was the situation I had concocted.
Oh my god, good morning, Shrieker.
No way, the Shrieker.
The Shrieker. We've exposed TL Shrieker. She was talking about Pokemon earlier. Maybe she is a guy who likes Pokemon.
Yeah, just like you said.
Mm-hmm.
So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. And his eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their jealous glare.
Why?
What do you mean? I tried acting casual, but that facade was turned off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth. Ooh.
Oh. Oh my god, that's a sick. That's that's a sick illustration. Oh my god.
That is very scary.
Why have you been lying to me? I wonder. I wonder.
I'm not lying.
That's a lie, isn't it?
It's not a lie.
Lies!
Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what a few inches that's slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford.
But
Despite that, I was still cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
Shall I guess your dinner, Katie-kun? Let's see.
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she would be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? Because they obviously bugged your phone, bro. How could she know in that instant?
Cup noodles. That's right, isn't it?
That I was going to eat? Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all.
This guy is so quick at coping. You know, there's something I admire about that. The fastest
I know what a
coper
stickle
in the
is that is
world.
that. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot.
Calm down, Keiichi Maevara. It was just a coincidence. And I was just reading certain tells of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist.
Do you like them?
Do you mean noodles?
No. Blank. Beep.
And I indicated that the point of my answer was addressing was wrong. Her reveal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Reina had spoken. Sorry, Reina, what did you say just now?
Huh? About what?
Just now, you asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
Pork bone and ginger flavor.
I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank, until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state that I was in. How could Reina know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Reina. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly didn't buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that?
Why, I wonder? Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it?
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me!
You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you?
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that?
I was behind you, following you, the whole time.
What are you saying? I couldn't understand what she was saying. She'd been following me all this time.
That's because I was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time.
Like that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door, behind me, standing there, just like that.
Oh my god, it's Zach. Dearest, how have you been? Good to see you here. Hi, hi.
Well,
When Keiichi-kun was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said.
Told you bro, don't stick in him crazy shrieker. Oh my god. What a shrieker comment.
Then you picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that you love so much, didn't you? I like it too, pork bone noodles. But I can never eat a whole big bowl by myself.
my brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, so... Okay?
Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack of the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain.
She can so easily take that chain out. Why is this chain so long?
They needed to make the gap big so they could show the crazy face, but they didn't account for the fact that she could easily stick her hand through and just undo it
Yeah.
herself.
Yeah. Oh my god.
If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart.
I'm sorry, it's a little messed up to get a broom and poke her. Imagine he went to get a broom and like just pokes her in the eye.
I would love that. Just like jams it. Just like an epic when they do that to the Cyclops, you know?
Yeah.
Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light. It's too soft.
Open up, Katie-kun.
Please go away. I beg you. Please go away.
How can you say something so mean? I wonder. I wonder.
Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. Couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, landed my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway.
No way. Oh my god! Did he break all of her fingers with the door? Oh my god!
No.
It hurts. It hurts, Katie-kun. It hurts.
It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away! Go away! Go away! I kept on pulling the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Anna wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. And that was why the door wasn't closing.
It really hurts, Katie-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much.
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything.
It hurts. It hurts.
Go away, go away, go away! And I couldn't even leave if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. His white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Go away, go away, go away.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And his apologies were occasionally twisted with pain. Like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Oh! Finally, Lorena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thought of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Katie-kun. I'm sorry. Open up. Katie-kun.
Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that it was sufficiently sealed up from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry. Pitiful words. They would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. That wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just wait. There's like the sound in this track, very in the background. Like, do you hear it?
Oh, let me listen.
Very like in the back. It sounds a little bit like someone typing on an iPhone, really fast.
I hear it. It's really faint. I hear it.
I'm like, who's typing?
It pans from the left to the right, like constantly,
yes,
right?
it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I'm so glad we could all agree that it sounds like an iPhone.
Yeah.
I felt a sort of hasty sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. It really felt like someone was fucking iMessaging me behind me and moving from one shoulder to the other for some reason. Poor me and his friend. Wah! Just now, at the same place, Rena had told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. Should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamisawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was no longer able to hear Rena repeating endless apology. Heading into my bed, I was startled by the heart lump I felt. There was something in my bed.
Huh?
It was the receiver. I finally remembered.
Me?
I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second, as every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello, Oishi-san? Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, not at all. I didn't wait that long.
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was. Rena came just now.
Did she come to play?
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now I needed to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena. Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. That was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now I had regretted it. Whenever I forced myself to ask those things, that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
Regarding Rena Ryugu-san, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, Well, it wasn't much.
I understand that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep that we had to discourse with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research.
I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though.
Oishi-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it. I think Rena Ryugo is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Rena Ryugo is involved.
Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rena-san is suspicious?
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence.
I see.
I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt the bite only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more, that's how it seemed. Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof? I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
It's fine, my Bara-san. I'll protect you.
That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I need to relay to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please, tell me about Rena. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet.
Alright, my Bara-san, please calm down.
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about mistrust in the police. Fuck the police is what I always say. Fuck those pigs. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect my, yeah. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right?
Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there's nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please.
There are a few things I need you to agree to.
Okay.
Please, keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of it may be true. Are you still interested?
It might not be true? I don't understand what you mean.
There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rena Ryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see.
This isn't an investigation of Rena done by the police, and is a personal inquiry? Is what you're telling me?
This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is from either phone calls or meetings and interviews, so they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement?
all of it is just from what you heard?
Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see.
That thing before you said was Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that.
I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if there were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Oishi-san.
Understood.
Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. And following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Maibara-san.
Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa. The incident Rena was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct?
Yes.
After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you?
Yes, I did suspect them.
So, they're the ones, after all?
Oh, no, that's not what I meant by suspect them.
Huh? Oishi was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. And who did you suspect?
That it was Oyashiro-sama. That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. You're right, well.
Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance. The heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open, a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced through my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
What is it?
Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got off while still on the phone and grasped the window.
I said at the beginning it was an incident.
Yes.
I'm so sorry, I need to be right back again.
No problem, no problem.
But this time I can listen, actually.
Okay, that's good. I'll read them. Yes, Shrieker, you heard it too. Yeah. No, we all heard it as well. What an interesting sound to choose, for that track.
I said it at the beginning, it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. It could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Maibara-san? Can you hear me?
There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. It was raining iPhones that night. I wish. That is definitely better than, it raining bricks at night. With bricks, I mean Nokia phones. Yeah, bitch, go home! I hope it stays creepy like this, Andrew. Like, I don't know how the other Hugos are, but yeah, no, I like this. I want more of this,
Pirates on a boat. Pirates on a boat. Pirates in the rain. Tyrannosaurus Rex in the rain. I ain't even scared.
Crazy ass Uber Eats, I swear. You know what? They do that, like I'll never forget the crazy food delivery videos on social media I have here sometimes, because there's a lot of places here where we have islands and stuff around our beaches, right? And like them, getting on a boat, actually paddling to some island where I don't know, that doesn't even have houses or something to deliver. I don't know, something crazy like that, people going through the weirdest, wildest things just to deliver their Uber Eats here is so funny. It's a whole thing. Or something that happens here, actually, especially in the north, where we have a lot of mountains, and when we have the rainy season, it happens quite easily that everything gets flooded, everything flows into the valley, and the drainage system, the sewer system, just can't, drain all that water quickly enough. So it gets very flooded, and you still see Uber Eats drivers just with the water up to their throat, still delivering that food. It's crazy. So yeah, crazy ass Uber Eats. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating? To me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her?
Hello? Maibara-san? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm sorry.
Huh? Maibara-san?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Hello? Maibara-san? What's the matter?
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it! Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Maibara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? Wow. Wow. New tips acquired. And the achievement was Rain of Apologies, falling on deaf ears. Tips, go home. It's peak. It's peak. And I feel like this actually, might be a good point to stop. Unless all of you want to try reading a little further. Andrew, I think you're the only one who has read this. This feels like there is still quite a section to come. But if you know this is gonna end like sort of soon, I'll consider reading. Or if all of you say, you know what, I'm tired, or let's read this next time and we'll do it next time. I don't know. I don't know if you can give me some input here. Bitch, I just woke up. Yeah, we've been at it for 4 hours, 40 minutes now. It's a pretty decent time to stop. Okay, heal is good. I'm waiting for Andrew's input. Like, Andrew knows if this is still gonna go on for a while or if the next section is short or something. I don't. I do not. Up to me. I wonder how Bushi feels. Bushi, give us a sign. Oh, trying to check through your channel. Good idea, good idea. You might want to go out, get fresh air or something else. No, I'm not in a rush. I'm personally not in a rush, but we've been at it for a while. And I don't know, maybe even Bushi is tired or something, so I don't want to drag it out. That's something? Oh, it's okay, I have time for that. It doesn't have to be right now. Just gonna go peek at, potential GPUs at the store. Okay, my call. Well, I shall wait for Andrew. Let's stretch. Let's stretch. Let's look at all these tips that we haven't been reading. 3 pages at this point. Yeah, Bushi does seem to be a bit preoccupied, so I'm a little worried about her availability. Have you read all the tips, Andrew? Do you think it's better to read them as they appear, or is it okay to read them all at the end? Yeah, get a little break, everybody. You always read them as they appear. How do you feel about the tips? Are they worth reading? I mean, of course we're going to read them at some point, but the whole reason why I've been skipping them is that I just wanted to, move on with the main story, but we will read them somehow, or I will offer them. I've been thinking of recording these as individual videos, but so far I haven't gotten around to do that. but I am definitely the type to read them all at some point. It's more of a, you know, while on stream, I feel like I want to do the main story first and then read this like the tea parties, you know. Okay, we are like 2 hours from finishing. To be honest, that sounds like a pretty good amount for next week. You know, 2 hours from finishing with like the voice acting and the speculation and all of that. Sounds like a very good amount to safely finish this next week. And if we for some reason do finish early after all, we can still read some tips or even start chapter 2. So I think with Bushi also being a bit preoccupied right now and us being at a pretty good time to end and having it made it through this section, I'd say let's continue next time, even though I'm dying to know what's gonna happen with Rena being out there in the rain, constantly apologizing over and over. And my speculation is that he's gonna end up, you know, battering her to death with that metal bat. But I want to see how it gets to that. You know, the reason why I think that is, like Bushi mentioned in the beginning, this whole story started off with the narrator saying she was apologizing, definitely apologizing over and over. I remember that's how it started out, you know, on a black screen, and you would always hear that, you know, that smacking sound, that battering sound, right? So I feel like that was a foreshadowing for what's going to happen. But I want to know how it gets there. I mean, she's outside right now. How does she get in, you know? It's because I woke up. Sorry, guys. Oh my god, Shrieker, you are occupying Bushi? What are you two up to, huh? I love the Rena stare. That's a good emote. Oogie, everybody. It was so fun. It was fun. It's God, bro is so paranoid, so crazy. So crazy. I can click the continue real quick and see, you know, what's the first frame, but like, wow. Oh, quite the spoiler. I guess it's morning. He just left Girly Pop in the rain. Okay, I guess we're gonna find out next time what's happening. Let's go raid a friend. Let's go and raid a friend. I'm just gonna be lazy and copy paste my stream title for the raid message today. And some emotes with that. Thank you so much for being here today, everybody. I love that we're doing Higurashi on a day where he has time now. And also Pat, when he isn't drunk, as he is now. Pat, you better watch the VOD. Everybody say hi to Pat in the VOD. Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. And yeah, if you haven't heard, my VOD channel is finally up and working. I've been uploading videos already. I still have to finish uploading and processing part 3. They're pretty big files, so it takes a while, but I'm on it so that for the future we have a better archive than we used to. And yeah, if anybody isn't on the Discord yet and would like to join, it is over here. And we're gonna go and raid. Let's raid Nue. Let's just go say hi. Nue is playing Elden Ring with Celine, I believe. Let's go say hi, everybody. I'll meet you guys soon. I assume on Monday, maybe Monday or Tuesday, for some art streaming, and then I don't know. Probably some Crisis Core somewhere next week, and of course Saturday again for Higurashi. Thank you, everybody. Bushi isn't here to say goodbye, but I just say bye in her stead. Thank you for being here, Bushi.
Yeah, the mouth washing stream. Gotta see when we can do that. Bye everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye.